Yeah, smoke. Heard the blue there.
Check.
Sometimes I even surprise myself.
Don't got it, what? Hot man?
No. Cold in. Have fun, boys. You know, we're gonna get the $20 ones. Daddy! This is it.
Welcome inside the Mayflower Curling Club. It's Sunday evening action here at the Dave Jones Molson Cashspiel. We're going to have action between Doug MacKenzie and his crew against Paul Flemming and their team. The playoff implications not real severe here tonight. Doug has a 3-0 record coming into tonight, locked up the first place position in his pool, so he will be advancing tomorrow. And by virtue of the other results in the pool, the Flemming team has been mathematically eliminated. So looking for a pretty relaxed game here tonight. And Tom Sullivan here, joined by Selena Thompson. And Selena, you've done a couple of games, I think, so far. So maybe have a little bit more insight than I can provide.
I've actually seen both these teams play. I saw Flemming this morning and Doug MacKenzie yesterday. I think all the games are actually on this sheet, and it's been pretty consistent. It's a little straight on the board side. We're, of course, on the sheet 6, the end sheet. Outside in, running a little straight on the board side, and then getting a lot more curl with the right-handers in turn coming the other direction. So should be consistent like it's been. Both these teams, good teams, and it should be. They both play with rocks in play. They're not too scared to use those rocks, so should be a little bit interesting.
Just going through some of the pregame formalities here. Team Flemming having a little powwow, and the sheets underway. We've got all 6 sheets in action here at the Mayflower, and lots of playoff implications across the board. Men's divisions, women's divisions, and one more draw later tonight. And then quarterfinals, semis, and the championship games are all being held tomorrow. So lots more action to be had, and feel free to come on down if you want to brave the cold rain outside.
It's warm in here, and there are drinks and lots of food.
The bar is open. Selena will check on that periodically to make sure it's still open.
Yeah, I'll report back every end on the bar situation.
5, I think we were on 2.
So you can hear the skips. We've got the skips mics, so you can hear what they're saying. Right now you're hearing Doug MacKenzie.
Our first game Friday, first draw was
they're just talking about the ice conditions and what they think it's going to be like.
Yeah.
I think the speed's been pretty good. Some of the teams have been saying that the ice has been breaking up a little bit
it's first
as they get through the game. So it gets a little slower, and you have to put a little bit extra weight on your rocks toward the end of the game to make those draws. It starts to die a little quicker. Sweepers can't hold the line or keep it sliding as far.
Can we shake?
We're gonna have. Looks like we're gonna have a one-way conversation with Doug tonight. Maybe he'll do a few interviews for us. We should have prompted him on that.
It would have been interesting if this game really meant.
I
know that's for you guys, but for us,
the other night, beating your brother.
Oh, does it? No. Oh, good.
I guess Paul recognizes.
Twice as
not
First time
going
you guys ever
through.
played against each other? That's pretty cool.
This morning, we would have been fine.
Yeah.
And you're both qualified.
I don't think he's just going to give it to him, though.
No, I think it's actually going to be a fun game. Probably both teams will play aggressive with very little on the line. A great opportunity for both teams to whether they want to work on a few things.
They have all night.
Maybe not play quite the same style that they would in a high pressure game.
You guys are.
All the
you
other
doing okay?
sheets,
You got-
all the other sheets have
Are you
started, but I
undefeated
guess
so far?
these guys
Good.
don't really care about keeping the time.
Going all right.
We,
based on the ice.
We won our first one and then lost
Yeah.
2 that we had control of.
I know. Too bad about that 4-foot one.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, we could have made it a little easier to
Yeah.
in the 7th and a little. We could have tidied it up a little in the 8th to make it easier. But
Yeah, too bad. Your first real spiel together.
yeah. Still sucks knowing that
Oh, yeah,
you know it
it's
was your game, right?
Oh, yeah. Everybody's on ball.
So never a lack of on ice commentary when Paul Flemming's involved. So we'll certainly make sure you get a chance to listen in with him. By virtue of the coin toss, Paul's team will have hammer. So to get us started, Malcolm from Doug MacKenzie's team will get to start first.
Malcolm Darnley, Yellow Rocks for Team MacKenzie.
Line's okay. Line's good. Tight as possible. Yeah, tight as you can.
Just as we're getting into the end, I'd like to just throw out thank you to the sponsors. Presenting sponsor, Molson Canadian, BMO Bank of Montreal, as well as Advanced Wellness Center, Maritime Chiropractic, Appleton Estates, LiveCurling.com, who's providing us with the line scores, Tim Hortons, and Levy Casey Carter McLean Chartered Accountants. All the or a portion of the proceeds from all the weekend passes. If you haven't got your weekend pass, it's still a good deal if you're coming to all the games tomorrow. $3 from every weekend pass goes directly to Feed Nova Scotia. It's for their Hurry Hard for Hunger campaign. Trying to help people who may be a little less fortunate than yourself over the Christmas season. You can also bring a non-perishable food donation and get a discount off your pass.
So good first rock there from Malcolm. Nice tight center guard. Ben Blanchard, the lead for Team Flemming, asked to play the come around.
Yep.
And this is the turn where it's been really curling, and this rock's going to be on the front guard. Weight looks
Good. Nice weight.
Weight look pretty good.
Okay. All right.
So it's just curling more.
Okay.
A little bit of a, as we certainly referred to it, was a home ice disadvantage, where a lot of work put into the conditions here in the past week getting ready for this event, and the ice being a little swingier than we're used to in our club play, as both you and I have curled many games here. So everything we're used to is kind of thrown out the window.
Yeah, I played one game on Tuesday night and then another one Wednesday, and I think the difference in the curl was about 6 feet, maybe 5, but 6. It's probably a little more accurate.
Tony Sterling's been looking after the ice this year, and after the sudden passing of Dave Jones over the summer, and Tony's been sort of tweaking a few things and playing, and seems to have found a pretty good recipe this weekend. A little bit of a miscue there from Malcolm. Won't be happy with that result.
So Flemming's team now, they can take advantage of their earlier miss with splitting those guards and use their
Line's good.
their thrown rock as a corner guard.
Line's good. Line's good. Yep. Hard, guys. Hard. Hard. Yep. Hard. Yep. Okay, good shot. It's fine.
That rock just came up a bit light. That's not a biter.
Second for Team MacKenzie, Luke Evans being asked for the hit and roll here.
Yep. Hard, guys. Okay, well.
Not sure if he got that turned over on the release. They got a little lucky. It squirted in there, but certainly didn't hit the rock they were anticipating it was going to hit.
Control.
So I must confess it's been a busy weekend for me. I haven't had a chance to follow a whole lot of action. Selena, maybe you can fill me in on any tidbits you may have over on the women's side. I know you were playing this weekend.
I actually wasn't playing this weekend.
Sorry.
I was one of those unlucky teams on the wait list.
Yeah,
the infamous wait list.
Well, that just proves how little I was around and how much I was following this weekend.
Yeah, well, I've been talking to Brent McDougall a lot. Brent, one of the co-chairs, along with Marianne Arsenault, and
Nice weight.
he says, as in past years, this is a really popular spiel and fills up within, I think, a week of opening. Teams are pretty anxious to play. Almost all of the big teams from the Atlantic provinces will be here. Notable New Brunswick champion James Gratton's here. Any of these Nova Scotia teams could take it this year too. It's a lot of competition within Nova Scotia. I would love to have been playing.
Second stone for Team Flemming, Ryan Garvin here.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him to play the intern come around.
That red stone that was thrown, the attempt to come around before, is pretty close now. They could always tap that up, but I think this is the easier.
Easy.
As you said, probably the swingier side, a good opportunity to
although
get buried.
it seems to be curling a lot on that out-turn side, coming across the center line. It's mostly been straight on the board side of center line, but those other ones were curling.
Yep.
Just light there.
Just a little wide early. I think a different path.
There's your explanation from Paul. And not having the advantage of a pregame practice, the schedule at this event is really condensed, and therefore not an opportunity for a 5 or 7 minute practice prior to the game. So tends to cause the teams to be a few more miscues in the first end than you might see, if a practice time was allotted for each team. First end or two, they're just kind of breaking the ice in and getting it up to speed and trying to make sure they've got a good handle on what's going on. Third stone here, Paul Dexter for Team MacKenzie.
Line's good. Yep, for line. Hard for line. Whoa.
So we're having the same issue there. Seems to be maybe that path.
Just about here, right?
Maybe a little light too, Doug's indicating.
Yeah, I think if he had a little more weight there, it probably would have held the line long enough to
You like the
get by the
straight
guard.
draw or the split? Play the draw if it curls.
So Flemming going pretty wide out here, new path, and probably won't be played too much this game. It's a pretty wide draw.
So the back-end brotherhood of Mike and Paul Flemming. This is Mike's first stone of the first end.
Line's good. Yep. Hard. Hard, guys.
Everybody with a little case of the lights here.
This may be one of those cases of first stone in gets the point.
There's been a few of those games this weekend, again with the different ice conditions on different draws. For those of you who maybe haven't curled quite as much, what they're doing is scraping the ice in between every second draw. So the first game after a scrape is generally faster and a little more curl, and then the second game where they don't have time to do an ice maintenance will generally be a little slower and not curl quite as much. So this draw is the second draw after ice maintenance, so it's not surprising that it's a little slower, and these guys are well skilled in adapting. So I don't expect these, any of these misses to continue in the upcoming ends.
So Paul Dexter makes that come around. Still a bit open though for Mike Flemming to just tap it through.
Yeah, the camera angle is a little deceiving. We are seated directly behind the sheet, and there is probably just a little less than half of that rock exposed for Mike to go after.
He's probably thinking they can get to nose on that. It's far enough back behind the tee line. So he's still working for his 2 points.
Hard.
We've
This
got
one's
another
lost.
light one, yeah. And that's going to be
I won't be happy with that.
that's going to be a trouble, because not only is he short, but left them staggered, and green light special here for Doug to plug the hole or even put another one in.
That rock there, wasn't before. Yeah. Like I'm just gonna throw this kind of weight just to come in a bit. Or do we have to go in? Does that make it easier for him to hit and roll? Double? Maybe I leave it short.
Doug MacKenzie's just talking about the advantages and disadvantages of placing the rock in the rings versus outside of the rings.
Liking that? Too much?
Seems to like
That's
not
probably
giving
good.
some kind of double or
Let's go with this. We gotta know what it's doing.
Yeah, they go back 8. But
any kind of play on it from the Flemming team. So I think the call is just a tight guard to plug the hole.
Halfway guard. Okay. Because if we go right in, he can probably hit and roll, and it might help us. So what's the time I got to throw? Okay.
Sweeper's just indicating what kind of split time Doug should throw. Few shots have come up light in this path, so he wants to make sure he's there.
Well,
This one's hanging a little bit though. Probably calling a split now on the top guard.
whoa.
Squeaked it. They had maybe not swept, might have gone by. I don't know if they held that or if that was going to tick on its own.
Yeah, it just kind of got into, I think, a bit of a path where a number of rocks have gone down and seemed to slide a little better than he was anticipating.
I think he actually opened it up, did the opposite of what he was trying to do. The path to the 4 foot's a little bit more of a natural one there for Flemming now. Whereas it would have been tight to draw, he's got some more room now.
And Doug just showed him the line as well, so
Yeah.
I think he would have been just sort of following the same line with a little more weight than Doug just had. So opportunity here for Paul Flemming to kind of get out of jail a bit with last rock advantage. He's got
it's a little tap.
he's got a little tough shot here, and as you indicated from the outset. As you indicated from the outset, it definitely is a lot of movement here, so there should be no problem to get to the face of that yellow.
Yeah, it is overburied behind several guards, but teams have been making these come arounds, and with some weight, I think he's looking to move it.
He did, yeah. I did hear him say a little
tap.
tap.
I'm thinking like maybe
Trying to give himself room for a second point on his last, I think, too.
Okay.
Although I don't know how else you're going to get to the 4 foot sides through this port, so.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a little bit going that way. Yeah.
So his
Whoa.
first stone for Paul with last rock advantage here, trying to set up.
Whoa.
Same issue here, hanging. Really starts to curl right around now, but that one's just stayed out too far, so
This one we think I'm right.
we're just switching miss for miss.
No? Yeah. That's what I was thinking? Yeah.
Really good steal potential here, even if he plugs that up.
As you
right
indicated,
here.
as Paul was getting set, the not a whole lot of options for a second point.
Then
So
he doesn't really have anything, right? Yes.
Doug plugs this hole. It's definitely
Yeah.
a likely
Stay
steal.
Okay. Okay.
And if he does get aggressive and slide one in around, it could even be
I was just gonna say, if you can get one top 12 half buried, there's no. If it's open, there's a double for Paul Flemming to throw. But if this is partly covered by those guards, it's not really going to be a shot.
Yeah.
Maybe a tap on the tight red rock to give up a steal of one.
Yeah.
Could get to the nose of that one, I guess. It was
So-
curling there.
So without last rock advantage, Doug MacKenzie's final stone here in the first end, looking to set up the steal.
Okay, line's good. Line's good.
And he did just throw this, so they should know the sweeping. And they watched the same issue on Paul's first, so seemed to like this a bit better. So good shot.
Yep, mission accomplished. As you said, if you could have slid it into the top 12, top 8, half buried, would have really put the pressure on and a potential steal of 2. But as it is, Paul's got this wide in off.
Just didn't want to be deep. I was going to be lighter.
Pretty tough.
Yeah, and I think mentally it's, you make it upgrade, and if not, it's almost like you lost the coin toss and you forced the team to win. So, not going to be.
Didn't throw the first one too good.
So final stone here in the first end. Paul Flemming with a in off. And he won't roll quite far enough, so steal of 1 for Team MacKenzie. Give them a 1-0 lead after the first end.
Good attempt by Flemming that didn't have to come up too much more, but with that weight.
Yeah, certainly in the ballpark.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, just through the first end of action here at the Dave Jones Molson Cashspiel, Mayflower Curling Club, I'm Tom Sullivan, joined by Selena Thompson. We're going to be here throughout the entirety of this game. As we mentioned at the outset as well, the playoff implications are not too severe in this game, as Doug MacKenzie, with a 3-0 record, has punched his ticket to the playoffs tomorrow. We'll be playing in the quarterfinals. Against who would be yet to be determined. And Team Flemming, with a record of 1-2, are mathematically eliminated from qualifying for the quarterfinals. So pretty relaxed game, I think, so far, and I think we can expect some pretty loose, we'll say, conversations, and some pretty loose going play. So
Yeah, these teams are both pretty easygoing and talkative throughout, I think, despite what the score is. So MacKenzie looking to come in the house. I think that was the indication here.
Line's okay. Okay.
Oh, just a guard, I guess.
And just of note, for those of you who might be following the scores and the records online, Doug MacKenzie again, as we mentioned, 3-0, and is actually guaranteed first place in his pool by virtue of beating the 2 teams that he could potentially be tied with, the 2 teams at 2-1, both playing each other. So the winner of that game will advance from this pool. So, but Doug is guaranteed to be first in his pool.
Top 8. Line's good.
Some of the other
Line's
pools
good.
are still up for grabs, who will advance to the playoffs
Okay,
from
line's
those.
good.
So we'll
Line's
keep
good.
you updated with some of the other games on the sheets, and then
Easy,
there's
easy.
a lot more to be determined tonight at I think it's the 7:45 draw. And if there's any ties, there's been these teams have thrown draws to the button, so the cumulative distance from the button of one draw from each player would determine
They're both
who
on right
advances
now.
in that case.
Okay, yeah. Come on in this way.
The lowest
Actually, take
distance,
this,
of
Bill.
course,
Yeah, okay.
advancing.
Yeah, I kind of like this way.
So nice come around by Ben Blanchard, and Malcolm Darling will be asked to follow him down.
Okay, line's okay.
These are typical kind of shots you'll see when the high guard is placed and the team with last rock comes around.
Yeah.
Just looking for good placement, knowing that guard is probably going to be gone later, and you want to have your rocks in the best place
Okay, Mel.
when the house is open. So that's just a little bit heavy.
Yeah, not quite what Doug was hoping for, and an opportunity for Ben to make a hit and roll and get another one behind cover. Malcolm did chip that red open, so I guess Paul will play the try to hit and roll away.
Just a heavy board.
I think he called heavy board weight here, so not quite sure of the ice. And this is that spot that's been straight, and Paul would know this. He played on this sheet actually earlier today. So knowing that it'll run a bit straight, calling the down weight so that they can control it with sweeping.
Whoa. Yep. Hard. Hard, Ryan. Hard, Ryan. Go, go, go.
So there's the roll away.
shot,
It's a
Ben.
good shot.
Little flop. Regular weight.
Decision from Doug on which hit and roll to play. Not sure if he thinks he can't see, or we can't quite tell from up here if he can't see the shot rock red, because there would be a nice little flop. But he may not be shot if he makes that.
Hard.
Trying to roll buried here, but their sweeping may roll too far.
Okay. No, you're not. Just it was a couple of feet heavy. Wow, looked good coming in. Paul thought he had to go.
Not a bad result though with that where that yellow stopped. Paul can't really access it, and Doug would still have an opportunity to remove that red as it's pretty much open on the outside to be able to come by that center guard. So Paul's got to be
Yeah,
a little
Paul would
careful
have
where
liked that to
put
be
this.
more open and make the hit more straightforward. Doesn't want to risk chipping his own red out.
Plenty of options here for Ryan to, come in and if he's a couple of feet heavy, he can tap his own to the face of the yellow, and so this would be. I expect him to make a call while it's coming down here as to
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
what option they're going to use. He did call it to be just in front.
Yep.
Sweepers may have to go on this. Looks a bit slow. I think that may be this side with the curl.
Yep.
Just not quite putting enough weight on those rocks that are going to curl a bit more.
Good result though. That shot rock is fully covered.
You guys like this? Here's not bad.
It's always good as a thrower, at least in my experience, that you've got a shot with some options. Ryan could have been a little heavy there.
Yeah,
Come
you're
in
missing
and
the
tap.
right way.
Yeah, or leave it a little short in guard. So
Yeah, and MacKenzie's here. I guess it's Luke Evans throwing. They have to be careful because that rock that was just thrown, it's open and can be used later.
definitely, yep.
Yeah,
He wants to
easy
be
for
pretty
the
careful
line.
where he puts this.
Yeah. No line.
It's that straight spot again.
I'll have to get Paul to change his sweeping technique to keep his broom away from the microphone.
70? Oh, okay.
Just hang on, I'm going to run down and talk to him about that.
Pretty good here, I think.
Oh, okay. Even in the straight path? Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay.
So now Flemming with hammer. Good chance to score here.
Definitely setting up well for him in this end. He's lying one buried, and an opportunity for Ryan to get a second one in here
Line's
and
good.
set Team Flemming up for a
Line's
multiple
good.
score this end.
Yep.
Yeah, even if this one's not shot, it'll still be in a good position, although it's curling
Line's
early.
good. Line's great. Hard, guys. Hard. Yep, right to it. Yep. Good. That's good. Nice shot.
That's a great shot by Ryan after what we saw in the first end, a myriad of misses to drop one in there right in the perfect spot is a great shot.
Yeah. It's hard to get a read on his first one because he was wide early.
So bailout time for
bad
Team
either.
MacKenzie, I believe. I guess it's just a matter if you want to do it with a run back or a freeze.
Problem with the run back is they'll be running back the opponent's stone. So
Is it worth making a run at it?
if they stick it instead of come across the top, Flemming will still have a rock in there.
Definitely. Looks like if you did drive the red guard into the two reds in the top 4 foot, that at least 2 of them should leave play. So I think making contact with the rocks in the rings would likely have a positive effect.
Yeah, there's not really a ton of good stuff that can come from the freeze if it's not made perfect. If you tap things around and sit open, it's open to be removed.
And of course a very difficult shot. The freeze. This one
This looks
could
pretty
be
good.
very good. Yes, it is. Great run back there by Paul Dexter.
Great shot.
Nice shot.
Flemming remains shot, but it is open.
So a few options here for Team Flemming. They can hit the one that Paul's indicating right there. They can play another draw. They can guard shot rock. Probably will. The spot that they know best would probably dictate what shot they want to play.
Or this. What do you like?
He indicated a hit and roll to the back 4, which would be a freeze potential for MacKenzie. So I'm not sure what that called, but they seem to have gone away from that.
Where, here?
Protecting their, they can put another rock in the house and protect their own stone at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's
Yeah,
what they're
okay.
doing here.
Yeah, half around the guard and half covering his own. Wouldn't be possible to lie 2 with this shot, but as you said, he kind of has a dual purpose where he'd be 1 and 3, first and third shot, protecting his own, and then any slip up by Team MacKenzie, and he would probably go over and hit that number 2 rock, the yellow line at the biting the back 4 foot that we just saw.
Exactly.
So looking for some precision here from brother Mike. Come around to the top 8 foot would be the perfect shot.
Hard! 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 Hard, guys. Bite the 8. Hard! Hard! Go!
It's going to be close. Sweeper's working
you
hard.
got it. Okay, good sweeping, guys.
Leaves the shot rock open, but
Actually, I mean, it's he made the inside roll really tough,
Thinking
and
something
Doug's
like
got to
board, staying right there.
deal with those 2 yellows if he does want to hit this red. So
Like that.
Down
Board,
1-0
okay.
after 1.
Quick board.
In the what?
very small area to hit here for Team MacKenzie.
1 and 2. You got to sweep now.
That would be Paul chatting with the players of another game. And this could be trouble here.
Yep.
now they're looking to chip this over the top now, I think. Just gets it past.
I just didn't want to jam it right into it.
That was a very lucky break on a poorly executed attempt, to put it bluntly. Don't want to be too hard on the guys. It's,
He was right out to it.
Yeah, it was definitely.
I just tried to,
And I think a bit more weight than expected
Yeah.
based on the ice that was called.
So the red rock did kind of stop in a spot that, is tough to maneuver around to get access to this shot yellow rock.
It's that spot that you can't beat. Like, if yeah. It might not even been in the right ice. It was kind of just a guess. Yeah. It's just a guess.
MacKenzie and his mate Paul Dexter just discussing that shot. Not quite sure. I guess it was an in-betweener.
They did play 5 rocks down that path. I don't know how it would be a guess, but I'll defer to him. He's the one on the ice. So
All right, guys, right to it. Hard. 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 Hard, 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 hard. No roll, no roll. Sit. Sit.
So Mike removing that yellow
Okay, good shot,
MacKenzie
good throw.
stone, but
Pop under.
good opportunity to
Just,
have a nice little
your
hit and
first
roll
one?
here for Doug.
Thinking of roll.
Just rolled out the back. Not terrible though. Removing that yellow rock line 1 and 2. Obviously the
And the weight.
The one buried at the top 8 foot is in a great position.
A little bit out to the right. You know the one I mean? The out-turn come around?
If Doug rolls right behind it though, it's going to be hard to get at because of that red top 8.
That's good.
So
I think you need just a hair more.
Hey,
right?
boys.
it's got to make the roll.
When you weren't even on the rock. Just, I think
Yeah.
you needed just a hair more, but
Is it
that's better.
up to speed over on this side? Okay.
Nosing it, because then you lead across double and probably spin up for shot.
So a small area for Doug to roll to here.
I was even going to get you to throw like normal, just same thing. If you fly, you fly. You needed like probably another inch more, right?
Whoa!
Hard! Hard, hard! Really hard! Hard! Right to it! No roll.
And virtually the same thing as Mike Flemming had on his hit and roll attempt. So
It's easier.
as you said at the outset, Selena, that seems to be the side with a little more aggressive curl. And
Yeah, and they're not throwing a ton of weight on those
A
either.
little further than you.
Neither of those shots
I had some
quite normal.
What do you think
curl.
for
A little
weight?
light? Okay.
Yeah, all right. Well,
Luke said it,
all right.
thought it was good.
Try to get them to help you because if
That
it's
curl,
heavy, you can go there. Yeah. Yeah, but this is out further.
Surprise.
So Paul Flemming, they were talking about which turn to throw for the draw, but they've been throwing this.
I wonder if
this
freeze
turn
in
a
the
couple
back's a
times
shot
this
anyway.
end.
Probably still does out.
Then if they just freeze tap, because then if they freeze it, we're still shot in the front. Or are we? No. Okay.
I was gonna say, where is he looking? That's to make sure he gets shot here.
Yeah, this is definitely a shot you want in front of the tee line. Anything past his
I'm a little
own,
bit further than
just let him
Mike.
see what he has to say here.
What do you guys think? I'm thinking like a 4 here, but I don't know. If it's a little warm, you can pound it to the back.
These are good discussions to have with your front
quite,
end.
No.
What's the
Hello.
right way to miss this shot? We talked about this earlier.
Yeah. And Mike's was in the good spot.
You don't want to be.
I'm outside of that. I think you're right.
You don't want to be heavy on purpose, but I think their discussion is they have something to come to if it does happen to be a little heavy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this really is a shot though that you want to lie. You want to be first and second, and I think you want something in front of the tee line here.
Oh yeah, MacKenzie will jump all over you. He'll
Yeah.
freeze to that if it's back and shut down the scoring area, force you to 1.
Yep. Yes.
They have to go for line. Sweepers don't want to for weight.
Yep.
Not a terrible result. Obviously curled a little more. He was hoping to get by, and he had lots of weight. He would have went right to that back yellow, but no double for Doug. He does have a hit and roll as about the same area to hit as he did last time. Always a tough shot to roll that precise, but
Without the tick, yeah.
this is his chance to get out of jail here.
Once again, the roll has to be made really nice, and it will be behind the tee. So if it's not perfect,
I thought that
Paul
would,
Fleming will have a chance
have
to make a
little more
play
hang
on
time
it.
than that, 'cause I popped it a bit too. Take it though.
Yeah, you can hear Paul. He'll take it. It's a good situation when you have last rock, and if Doug does make a real nice roll, as you said, Selena, he will be behind the tee line, and if he makes it perfect, Paul still has the most of the 4 foot to draw to, and he just drew down that path. So
Exactly.
all in all, a pretty comfortable situation for Team Flemming, but MacKenzie looking to bail his team out a bit here.
This one's really tracking though.
So he hits and rolls away.
Roll, eh? Nothing too crazy. This should behave pretty good. It's not going to be relatively straight, don't you think? Yeah. This like a heavy board.
So the only Doug
heavy
rolling away a
board
little
here.
bit makes this a little different path than where they've played most of the end. As you said, Paul played this sheet earlier today, so he's probably got a pretty good idea what it's doing, but could be a bit of a fresh path, not quite as quick. So he wants to be sure to have that, nice heavy board. Try not to baby it down there too much.
Whoa. Yep.
And the call for
Yep.
weight too. I mean, you could play this with more weight.
Yep.
You risk rolling out. It's a little far away, and they can't roll more than 12 foot. So more room to roll here too.
So you got away with it.
Saved that one.
That's a two. That's
Sweet bit.
2 for Team Flemming in the second end to give them a 2-1 lead over Team MacKenzie. Again, we're in the late stages of round robin action here at the
Thanks, Doug.
Dave Jones Molson Mayflower Cashspiel, and
Yeah.
playoff implications not a big
Saw a
factor
couple
here, but
track down there earlier today.
Yeah.
it's been a
We
good
want to
game
overthrow that.
nonetheless.
I tuned in for a
MacKenzie
second, a couple
MacKenzie stealing one in the first end, and Flemming bouncing back with his deuce here in the second.
So Doug MacKenzie will have hammer in N3 after stealing a point in one. In an end, I guess that we would say was an end of misses. And it was the case we were talking about. First rock in the house got the point in that end. So we'll see if they can maybe generate two here.
And Paul's going to stay on the offense, calling the center guard right off the bat.
Okay.
Probably one of those situations that in a little more of a pressure game with something on the line, he probably throws this in, and with a 1 point lead.
Pounds less than I wanted. I was just worried when I saw grass hang there. That was the same spot.
Talking about that last end where I said about babying it, I guess he got away with babying it, so I was wrong. He could afford to.
Yeah, I think he intended to throw a bit more. In the game earlier today, there were
What was that, board?
a couple shots. He was playing James Grattan, and the Grattan team got caught in that spot, the board side.
line.
Didn't get it to curl, so he wanted to make sure that
Line's
they got
getting
some
better.
movement.
Line's pretty good. Line. Yeah, you're good.
Got a
now.
little more than he expected,
Line's good.
but still made the shot.
Line's good.
So MacKenzie coming around. This looks like a pretty nice shot by Malcolm Darnley, the lead. Top four, buried.
This is starting off a little more promising than that first end.
Rock's making it to the house. Yeah, I like to see that.
Line's good. Line's good. Line's good. Line's good. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. Can't hurt it. Can't hurt it. See you there. Okay, good.
Corner freeze.
So nice freeze played by Flemming's team there. One of those setup shots we were talking about attempted in the second end. Made nicely there. Malcolm being asked to put another one on
Line's all
top.
right. Where is it, guys? Okay. Yeah, line's good. Okay, well then. Yeah, actually, yeah. Just curling a bit.
It's like a nice shot there too.
Okay, Good shot.
So if that center guard ever gets removed, hit those rocks. Yellow goes, hit it again. Red goes, so it's just vying for positioning.
And thank you for pointing out that the game on sheet 1, which had pretty big implications in my team's opportunity to make the playoffs tomorrow, is now very lopsided against the way that I wanted it to go.
I apologize. I thought you were happy with the way it was going. So
No.
we've got
Well, if you can.
we've got Lee Buitt playing against Kent Smith,
Well, if you can.
and
Okay,
Buitt.
line's good.
Don't know if they had hammer, but the first end was blanked. Took 2
Yep, right
in
to
the
it,
second,
right to it.
and then stole 4 in the third. So
Shot.
Buitt playing end 4 with a 6-0 lead on Kent Smith.
I actually was keeping an eye, and both of those were steals. They stole 2 and stole 4. So
Okay.
yeah, but that's okay.
He's giving them too much credit, or not enough credit.
Not enough credit, I guess, yeah. But they play, they're playing well, so so that's good. That'll, assuming they're able to run up and down the sheet for the next 5 ends and hold that lead, we'll put them into the playoffs. Which, by my educated calculation, mathematically eliminates us.
Okay.
So we may have to go see if the bar's open.
Do you have that a game tonight?
We do.
Second,
yeah.
yeah, 7:45.
Here. Split that.
So this third end couldn't be any more opposite than the first end, where
Should've seen the
we've
first
had
end. They were
we've
all
had
the-
4 right there.
All up front.
Perfect,
Paul-
wonderful
See where they wrecked
execution.
on
Yeah.
guards? Like a perfect.
They're coming
perfect
around that center
parallelogram.
guard.
I think Paul
Just a little wide
and I
there,
had the same
guys.
thought there, but I think we had one
No line
made
yet.
shot in the first 4, and this end it's 4 perfect shots here, so very much.
Playing the straight freeze. Have a look.
Pardon me, 5 perfect shots with a 6th one on the way.
It's actually a pretty good spot. Good shot, Luke. You did.
So at some point, someone's going to make a play. Whoever thinks their rocks are in the best positions for when weight is played at that they'll end up with the best result. I don't think Flemming feels that's him right now. He's putting up a guard.
Sort of I would call this kind of a neutral situation. It doesn't seem to be really setting up for one team or another, and
Yeah, that
Flem-
rock just chipped the top one.
yeah, Flemming being shot right now. I think he says,
Line's
"I'm going to
good.
throw up a guard and let you guys."
Yeah, it's currently in his favor. So with the shot rock, so happy to protect it.
Pardon me, MacKenzie's shot, but
Oh yes, sorry.
but
Yep.
Paul content with
Yep.
the way it is set
There,
up, and
guys.
Yeah.
just wanted
Yep.
to plug it up.
Yep, a little more.
Up one,
Good
he's
shot.
okay with a force too.
I'm trying to watch the sheet and the monitor. It's I guess I'm going colorblind.
Oh, it's because they're all lined up so nicely.
Right.
That's right. That's right.
Those are 2 good ones. I just want them to know. Easy to call
You
line.
guys don't want to try running this in?
I told
You
them.
like that?
So
Okay.
Paul giving credit
Bit of a round
to
house.
his players. You have to have the
Well,
weight
on this
perfect,
side,
and then the
look.
line is easy to call. He's saying, and the skip can only do one of those things when they're not throwing.
I can't make a mistake.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ooh.
This one looks a tad wide.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe just got caught in that path and was maybe a little full to the broom. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't really concerned with doing a lot. Yeah. Try, Luke.
So if Flemming can position this well,
No, it's not perfect.
not sure quite how the rocks are lined up, but he may be able to play on it later and push that shot MacKenzie rock around.
Yeah.
We're on Mates Rocks now with Mike Flemming throwing. Yep.
Might be heavy here. Probably still sticky. Line's good. Yep.
This is breaking
Yep.
pretty hard.
Yep. Hard. 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 Bury it. Bury it. Yep. 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 Yep.
It's a good result, though.
Yeah, so a lot of jockeying going on here for position, and
Oh, what if you played like board weight at it? Just to move this up a bit? No, I
Still
guess not.
sticky
Let's
out
go
there.
with
Everyone
weight
thought it
at
was
it.
heavy, but it came to a halt. Yeah, that's probably the last one to warm it up out there, I'd say.
so Dexter going to come down and have a look here and talk it over with Doug.
What
see
about
what
regular
they-
weight? Just
see what they're thinking.
still? Because, no, yeah. Well, eventually he's going to run something back and he's going to get rid of it, right? So I wouldn't mind even
trying to
moving
set
it a
something
bit
up there.
to here.
For
Yeah.
your next one. Yeah.
So the idea
Yeah.
here is to
Yeah,
unlock
well,
that
yeah, I think
shot
with the right
stone.
weight, you would have been like corner
Doesn't
front.
want to move it back
Would've been
too
a nice
far.
soft
Would
shot,
still
right?
like to stay shot, but knowing that if Flemming ever plays some kind of heavy weight into that may not move his rock out of the shot position.
Well, we're mic'd.
The rock they're most concerned about is that number 2 rock, the red rock that's sandwiched between the 2 yellows. Because right now, any contact in there will send Doug's shot rock out and leave Paul sitting there. That red one's not going anywhere. So he wants to shake up these angles a little bit and try to, as you said, sort of free
We're a Lopey first.
free things up so that hopefully some Flemming rocks will leave the rings.
Yep. Good job.
And not bad. Eliminating those 2 reds sort of. Now Paul's got to be very careful if he wants to run something in because.
His rock will be the next to go.
Yeah, that's a lonely red one in there surrounded by the 3 yellow. So he might just be content to try to force him to 1 here.
Force maybe his best
Do you
option.
need to throw firm? Yeah. Yeah.
The 2 red rocks are overlapped, so that may be dictating a little bit of this call.
He has just enough. The
Okay.
one that.
Yep. Just make sure. Yeah, you're right. That's got to go. So firm.
So the one that they're looking at, that the yellow
Little
that's
high.
in the top 12 foot, just to the right of the center line as you're looking at it, he can just see all of that, and they're going to try to make a nose hit with firm weight and in double off the 2 yellow and leave his shooter sitting in the top 12 foot. So as you said, eventually they were going to start hitting these, so here it is.
Yep. Yep. Hard. Hard, guys. Hard.
Trying to stay on the high side of that. If that came across the face anymore, just nose it straight through.
That was a great shot. We didn't have a whole lot of area to work with. He had to be pretty tight to that red guard and perfectly executed shot there by Mike Flemming.
Resulted in loss of 2 of the yellows, not just
Play
one.
with the out turn.
Oh yeah.
So they are indeed in a better
In turn or
position
out
now.
turn?
Definitely.
Shot rock behind cover. And not a great scoring
Just got
area for Doug
someone
MacKenzie.
curl.
Roll a little more or out, eh?
Yeah. Come here, Bob.
I don't think this is going to be the fastest game we're going to see on the weekend. having played these guys a few times myself
with
and,
the
and certainly
alternate.
watched them a few times, I know that
No, I think you throw it firm with the out turn.
They certainly talk through all options.
neither Doug or
Yeah,
Paul are going to
try.
rush
Paul,
any
let's put it
decisions.
right here for you. Yeah.
So I think he's playing this where he's got the broom. I think he's playing the out turn with peel weight, trying to hit this red real thin and fire over onto his yellow to double the two reds out. Is what it looks like. I didn't quite hear any.
I think that's a call. So it looks the ice looks funny for the turn he's throwing. If you're not don't call negative ice, but big weight will run very straight, and they don't expect this to move very much. Just chip that red. think it's hitting it a bit too thick, though.
Just a bit too
Decent,
thick.
yeah.
That was really close
Little
to perfect.
thinner, and that was,
He did pop that red
red's
one
open.
open, yeah.
Yeah.
So Paul now has
I think
That's a
they'll
tough
consider that a
decision.
made shot.
Yeah,
considering
absolutely.
what it looked like before this. So
definitely.
Right here.
good throw.
Gonna take a.
So they actually,
Gonna take a ton of ice.
I
First
think
real
it
shot in there with
hit
that
right
kind
where
of-
the
Well, no,
broom
I
was,
just-
if not a little thicker.
Yeah, it's just
Oh yeah, I figured it.
it's just so hard to call a line because it's gonna be carving big
Yeah,
time.
just to hear. No problem.
Like that's
Got it out in the
that's
open.
not that's
got it
not
back,
terrible.
Draw if I have to. Yeah.
Flemming looking at guarding, but knowing that it curls a lot
Like-
here. So line call will be
Hey,
tricky.
still sticky here, isn't it?
Literally what this game is for. Might as well go for it and kept sitting on the try.
Just go with a tight guard here, but try to let him know if you can. I know it's sticky out here, but try to let him know
Shot on your first.
how that weight is. We have a couple options. You think Michael's warmed it up enough? It's still a little gritty, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. It's right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Line's good.
So big shot here for Flemming, going out into a path that is a little different than where they've played. Trying to guard his shot rock.
Sweepers look like they may have to finish this here. What's going now? Had to wait for a while.
Yep, great spot. Right
Good shot.
where he touched the broom when he indicated it.
Thanks.
So probably the only option for Doug here is to play the play the run back on the one that Paul just threw there.
Yeah.
And try to double
then
off the
we
Reds.
would take our draw away. Wonder if we try to draw right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Too risky trying to double peel that. Probably kind of, yeah, probably. Is it no sense? Because then it takes my draw away. Yeah, let's draw. Like in about here? Right there. After seeing it. Yeah, they come nice at the end. Okay.
So Doug definitely playing to his strength here. Having played Doug
You guys
many
see anything
times,
else, or?
the draw game would definitely be his strongest suit. Playing the upweight runbacks, he certainly is capable of making them. But I think his higher level of comfort would be playing this draw, and
Close to what Paul said.
so he's going to go to that and try to play this out-turn draw, get a piece of the button. He just needs probably about full 4 foot to lie shot.
Yep.
I think part of the thinking dictating too is if he tries that run back and misses, then Flemming may play the shot or just guard it, and then there's no scoring opportunity, or it's limited. So he'd like to get one in now.
Have a look.
And that's a pretty darn good shot. A little behind the tee, leaves the freeze for Paul, but to get in there and get shot was it's really nice.
Need a little more ice.
Shot there.
Hey.
Just papered by that yellow in the top 8 foot.
Yeah.
Paul probably recognizing here that Doug, he was tight to those guards and the rock in the top 4, so he can be a
Play
little
the
closer to
freeze,
the
but-
yellow guard to make the freeze.
Short's
Doesn't have to
not
play it
horrible.
quite so cute to those center guards.
Right? Good force, but let's go for the freeze.
So there you hear Paul's discussion. As you mentioned earlier, always nice to have those discussions with your front end to make sure everybody's on the same page. And the short being the miss, And in essence, if he happens to drop this in the top 12 or the top 8 foot, Doug will have a really, really difficult time getting a second point in there. And that's really what Flemming's trying to do here is at the outset of the end was to try to force him. So
Looks pretty good for line. It's curling a little more than Doug's, but I think the weight's there. Yeah.
I guess he wasn't playing to be light.
Yeah.
But great shot there by Paul.
Totally different speeds, one side of the sheet to the other.
So Doug will have the same shot for a single.
There you hear Paul's explanation about playing how much quicker that path is.
That was less.
Okay, boys.
That was less.
Kinda
Well, no,
weight.
that felt for my guard.
Same
Yeah.
thing? Oh, okay, perfect. Okay.
So adjusting the speed depending on the side of the sheet you're throwing.
So last rock here in the third end for Doug MacKenzie, drawing against what appears to be 2 Flemming stones, and definitely a must make here. You don't want to be going down 3 points.
2 really good.
Just made this on his first one, so I expect him to be close.
Watch for line.
You were right behind it. He had his arm out like a.
Sweeper's making sure it was there for weight, held the line a little bit, but this looks pretty good.
Could just by that yellow corner guard.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah, great shot by Doug. So he'll score his single in the third end and tie it up 2-2.
Hey, that's
Just save that.
And they're only one end behind all the other
stones,
sheets
though.
despite
Save
having
a lot
started
twice.
at the same time.
There'll be about
Mark
3
those
ends
ones
behind here
for
shortly.
the, what's left here for the Sheet 6 Super League game?
That's right. Yeah. He's hung there for a bit as a touch wide.
Nice shot.
Yeah, that was a better end.
I think we have a final
Yeah.
on sheet 4. That was Brent McDougall against Eddie MacKenzie out of PEI. I don't see them playing out there anymore. Last check I had, McDougall was up after a series of scores and steals. So I believe Brent McDougall won that.
Make the final. Brent McDougall. Of course, Brent, chair of this event. I don't think the curling went quite as well for him as the organizing did, but Brent did a great job as he has the last number of years organizing this event and getting things together.
Yeah.
Hospitality
You were over at our
is
sheet
great
when
here
it
at the
was halfway
Mayflower Curling
down.
Club.
Oh, okay.
The other co-chair, Marianne Arsenault, playing on sheet 2. I believe she's up
Don Myers
3 to
is
1.
listening. I can guarantee you that. Listen,
on Duchemin.
what's your record? Oh, are you? 6 people. Oh.
Good shots. Good job.
So center guard for MacKenzie. They're tied. Trying to get something going here.
Yeah, thanks. A little full on that.
Yeah, that's right.
A little full on that second one, just enough to hang the rock line a bit. But it came.
Flemming comfortable with hammer in the even ends, so he'll just come around.
That was in the white there. So yeah,
Line's good.
looks a little heavy.
Yeah. Okay, man.
I think that's probably an indication of the speed difference on both sides. That rock sailed through. Probably would have been decent weight
Top 4. This
the
is
other
a touch
turn.
4.
I'm not out there. I could be wrong, but it seems to me they're indicating it's a lot quicker on that side of the sheet.
Yeah, we saw that on Paul's last rock in the third end where he indicated he had taken a little bit of weight off it and still ended up deep, but
Okay.
that's
Line's
part of the
okay.
game, making those adjustments.
It should come nice at the end. Yeah. Yeah, if you have to go, go. Straight line. Keep her coming. Period.
This looks like a good adjustment here from Malcolm.
Yeah,
Get this
two
buried, finish nice.
couple ends now that Malcolm has set up for quite nicely for his team, and Flemming just getting a little bit of the advantage. Seems to be around the third stones. Mike made a nice one last end, and sort of that half shot out of Paul Dexter was, still a pretty good result, but Paul was able to keep the pressure on. So I think that battle at third is probably where this game is going to mostly get decided.
Yep.
I think both Doug and Paul are great touch players. I don't expect them to miss those draws, but it's going to be those setup shots from the third stones that will determine this one.
And on this end, lead stones too.
Yep. Stay with it, Ryan. Stay with
This
it, Ryan.
one's curling.
Go, Ryan. Yep. Good brushing.
Good sweeping, Ryan.
That was curling early, and the sweepers held that to stay on the high side.
One face is red and one isn't.
Separate the guards.
So if you missed that, Paul's comment was one of their faces was red and the other one wasn't, indicating that I think one sweeper was maybe putting a little more effort in than the other.
Giving credit to Ryan Garvin out there.
Not throwing anybody under the bus, just saying.
He can do that. It's his brother.
Okay. Line's good, actually. Line's good. It's coming nice. Yeah. Beauty. Good shot, bud. Hey, good one by you, yeah.
So Flemming with hammer. Not really happy with that rock on the top button. Try and clear it up. So he'll peel.
Yep. Whoa. Yep.
I think Ryan Garvin threw that a bit inside because that was gone out of his hand. Made the peel the other way though.
Here goes the splittable rod. Over here on it.
I think Doug MacKenzie teasing him there. If it came down to the end and there were no rocks in the house and Paul Flemming's last rock was there, he could have split that rock for two, but that's not available anymore.
Okay. Keep it straight for a while, guys. Keep it straight. Okay, now drop it. Yeah. Ooh.
This rock looks like it's over curling a little bit.
Yep.
So the skip will ask the sweepers to take it so far to keep it straight. But then when the rock starts to die and it really digs in, the harder you sweep it, the further it's going to go, which means the more it'll curl. So when you really want a rock to curl at the end, you'll hear them say, finish it. And the sweepers will work really hard to keep that rock moving and curling. Otherwise, you'll hear let it die or over and off to try and preserve the line without dragging it too far and having it curl too much.
Yep.
So it's available.
Hard.
Nice little soft tap here, get to the inside of the nose. So Flemming will sit shop with hammer.
Freeze, Paul.
Not sure.
Scoring area is pretty tight, so Doug MacKenzie's pretty happy to put a freeze on top of this and
Tendency to be a little lazy on those ones.
make it difficult for Paul to get his two.
Yeah. Yeah.
Line's good. Close for line. Yep, hard for line. Hard. You gotta go hard for line. All right, guys, keep it on the face if you can.
So you can see this path, it will run straight, especially with weight. But when these players are throwing draw weights,
Good volley.
it's really cutting once it gets into the 4-foot path. They start to curl and the weight comes right off. So that actually over-curled a bit. Doug would have liked to keep that on the outside of that red rock. The way it's overlapped now, it actually favors Paul Flemming.
We can run our yellow in at some point.
It was nice weight, though.
Weekend Paul's getting a lot of curl on his side.
It's really tough out here for weight, right? It's still really gritty out there. Like if we could play a shot down here, we know. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, ideally, I'd love to throw a shot down here because we know the line and weight. You know, this would be the shot, but it's a lot of guesswork on draw out here, isn't it? You know it's going to warp, but what are you gonna? What would you throw for? Yeah, yeah, but even then, I mean, you still. Yeah. All right. If you're all right with it, but still a little sticky, eh?
Good discussion between Paul and Mike. They know the ideal shot because of the way the rocks are organized that come into the 4-foot. It's a really good opportunity to do that now, but they don't quite know what weight to throw. They've had some rocks come up short, and the curl it really starts to cut. And it takes the weight off when that happens. So he's just saying it's a bit of guesswork, but this would be an ideal shot in the 4-foot if it's made.
Yeah, a little bit of a guess here for Mike, and I think it's one of those you take lots of ice and throw it hard and hope it stops.
Oh, oh. Oh.
He definitely threw it hard.
Line's good. Line's good. Line's good.
Starting to go now.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
So sweepers can finish
All right.
that. Hopefully they can drag it. It's just dying, though.
Wow.
That looked like a bullet. It's hard to tell the speed, I think, on the
Stop on the
camera.
sweepers.
But he looked like he kicked out with a bunch of weight,
Yeah.
even 3/4 of the way down the ice.
Yeah, definitely.
What kind of
Definitely
weight?
looked like he had lots of weight out of his hand. Where down one of those
Regular?
faster paths that would have easily sailed through the rings.
No.
So a chance
I
here
don't
for
think-
Paul to make an angle raise and
Close.
set up the MacKenzie for him for a good situation
Push.
without last rock. Not bad. Not
Paul.
exactly what he was hoping, but
Pretty close to making it.
yeah, really
They could've
close.
held that.
Good result nonetheless, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If you could put one here,
That was another. We'll just listen in here.
Yeah. Good result.
try here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got that.
It's just going to say it's another example, even with up weight, how much it curls there.
Yeah, so, Flemming in a situation where he's shot and throwing, but not feeling real comfortable about it, where he's got a small area to put another rock in, and Doug MacKenzie with last rock, all he needs is one mistake from the Flemming group, and he can set himself up for a big score.
Flemming has hammered.
Sorry, Mike. Yeah.
See the icy head on
Never
Mike?
mind.
Curl.
I take it all back.
He feels okay about the situation.
That's right.
How's the weight?
Still, Doug MacKenzie team closing down the 4-foot,
win it.
though, and making the
Yes.
scoring area
Yes.
small.
Yes. Hard.
They have to work hard to get this by the top
Oh,
8-foot yellow. I don't think it's by.
Yep. Okay.
If that hit any thicker, would have pushed them in for shot, I think.
Or if you ever did this. No. That. Little hit and flop. Stay in front of it. What if you did this?
Just a little update. We have the game over on sheet 1, so Buitt won over Smith. So,
That is straight now.
sorry, Tommy.
Was earlier
Little
today,
hit
is
and
it?
flop. If it ever went over.
tried to
I'll
give
be
you
the
a
bearer of
straight
bad
now.
news.
Yeah.
Thought you were
Little
pretty
hit and flop
close.
there. They can deal with.
Did Joe did it all, or
Yeah.
were you?
That means you can take it easy
Soft.
tonight, I guess. Have a good game.
That's right.
Maybe not go as slow as these guys.
I might play left-handed.
So I give you.
Okay.
Spinorama.
Handle looked good.
Yeah.
So Doug MacKenzie looking for a
What's he playing?
soft weight, I think. Hit and flop in.
Control, little hit and flop in front. If it ever flops a little more.
I think that's exactly what he's looking for.
Yeah. Stay with it.
Tempting to go for the shot rock, but it is behind the tee line, so your rock would roll behind the tee line and set up a pocket for Flemming. So you can get good position with your stone by hitting this outside one. This one's curling early though. Might have got it started. Good result.
Well, that was, yeah, no question.
Might
Little
have been
lucky there.
Might have been the ideal shot if you could have called it, but
Yeah, Dougie was just a little tight the whole way and
Sorry, guys.
really got away with it.
a little bit behind the tee line, so Flemming can draw down to it, maybe tap it a bit,
Yeah.
give himself room for a second point.
Yep. Halfway down.
It is overburied though. He's got a curl by that center guard end, and it's overburied by like a half a rock. Like it's not just a little bit. So
All right.
this will really, if the tap certainly is there as you mentioned. He's going to have to be real close to that center guard to do that.
Does finish though. A lot of these, I mean, they had a tick earlier in this end, I think. So it's definitely weight sensitive. Might just be playing the straight draw.
Yeah, probably throw for the draw, and then if it's coming in there, sweep for a little tap would be the. A great line, just not quite enough weight out of his hand and come up short, and this is big trouble for Team Flemming. As we know, Doug's got his draw weight, made two nice ones last end. I wouldn't be surprised if he put another one right in there. We're going to need you to put that back on, Doug, because we need to know what you're saying. Thank you.
I think he's well aware. He's pretty enthusiastic about
Nothing there.
us hearing him.
What do you feel? Just draw right to here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if they looked at it. Just
Probably
wondering. I don't know if
the,
there's a port between
there?
those two yellow guards. It'd be
Some of
pretty
them are
tight.
curling there, so.
If Flemming could ever get in there and knows that, but I don't think that's there.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell from my angle.
I have just a slightly better angle, and it looks like
Okay, boys.
you could almost play an intern
In
through the
here.
stagger the wrong way. A little hard to explain here
Yeah.
now that we'll have a look at Dougie's here and then
Stay with it. Kind of got.
Just trying to see what options Paul would have on his last, and it doesn't look good if Doug can sink
Just
this.
a touch more, Paul. Hey.
I'm sure Paul will have a full rundown for us, though, when it does
He'll
come his
explain.
turn. Yep. Yeah. There's not a doubt in my mind we'll know every option.
Sweeper's going pretty hard, knowing that it'll die, and let's keeping the line as well. So he blocks the draw.
Yeah, well-positioned rock there. One of those, as you said, Selena, if he could have sunk one in there, really put the pressure on Team Flemming, but that's the pro side miss. It took the draw away. I suspect Paul's either going to be playing the in-off on that wide yellow, because he's got sort of, quite a bit to run into. He could even hit it thin, come off his sort of kiss his red.
Own,
yeah. So there's a lot of options off that wide one. And as I was starting to indicate when you talked about that hole, is that those two yellow guards, there may be a hole, but you'd have to curl against the stagger. So he'd have to throw it inside out, going away from center to try to get nose. But even if he hits it perfect, I'm pretty sure that yellow is sitting on the button would just run into the red at the back 4 foot and not go anywhere anyway.
Yeah, you might get lucky and your shooter would be the counter if they both spill, but
exactly.
Be for one. Although I think at this point he'd be ecstatic with one.
I guess.
Well, with that in mind, he could run the one that Dougie just threw. He could slash that into the 4 foot and try to kill one of those ones off, which, would be probably the best option to donate
damage
one.
Control.
Yeah.
But I think he just hit and...
I think he's going to... I have a feeling he'll play the in-off here. There's a ton of options to score and a bunch of options to force.
It seems like kind of the most promising shot. You come off your own, you might get one. Yeah. You come off one of theirs, you can get one. And
you could just roll to the top 4 foot and just give him one. Yep.
Oh, yeah? Against who?
Probably only have one sweeper on this rock. It's out so far. It's almost touching the boards.
So there is one bad possibility, but we won't talk about that until...
I think everybody can figure that one out. Instead of coming off his own.
No, that's pretty good, yeah. It's just a little light slide, no.
That yellow rock top 12 is 4th shot, so if anything did happen to that back 4 red, I think that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah. Well, the steal of 2 or a steal of 2 in the second end is, or pardon me, the 4th end is certainly not a very going to be very good. So Flemming here really needing to pull this one out. The in off.
Big weight.
Oh wow! What a great shot! Great shot. And the crowd goes wild here at the Mayflower Curling Club.
I don't think we're kind of blocking the view from some of the other spectators up here, so maybe they missed that. But for everyone online, we know you're cheering for that wonderful shot by Paul Flemming.
I think the Flemming faithful were downstairs so that they could get a good vantage point, and I'm sure there was plenty of noise downstairs. So.
Good shot.
Great shot by Paul Flemming to score a single in the 4th end and keep his team in control of the game, up 1.
Didn't really see the angle.
Team MacKenzie will have hammer here in the 5th end. Tom Sullivan bringing you the broadcast along with Selena Thompson, and we're here at the Mayflower Curling Club.
So after the excitement of that end, we'll give another shout out to our sponsors, the wonderful companies who help us put this on and make it the great event that it is. Molson Canadian, the presenting sponsor. BMO Bank of Montreal, Advanced Wellness Center, Maritime Chiropractic, Appleton Estate, livecurling.com, where you can see line scores for all the games and also view the live stream, which hopefully you are doing right now. Tim Hortons, Levy Casey Carter McLean Chartered Accountants, and Feed Nova Scotia, which is the beneficiary of the proceeds from some of the ticket or the entrance fees.
Just as a note, the event passes are being sold. Weekend passes were available with a portion of the proceeds going to Feed Nova Scotia, and lots of non-perishable food donations being made over the weekend by players and spectators. So a great weekend all in all with great curling and supporting a great cause.
If you can't make it out to the club, if you aren't in Nova Scotia or Halifax and you're watching online and you'd like to watch the games tomorrow, We will have live streaming for all 3 draws at 8:45 Atlantic. It's the men's quarterfinal. At 12 p.m.
Mine's
it's the
pretty
women's
good.
semifinal. And
Where's
3
it at?
p.m. it's the men's final. And with the live streaming, we'll try and keep you updated on the other games. But of course, on livecurling.com, you can see all the line scores. So as soon as the draws are over tonight and all the playoff positions have been solidified, you'll be able to see the game schedules for tomorrow, November 11th.
This is day 3 of the Dave Jones Molson Mayflower Cashspiel, and lots of great curling teams from across Atlantic Canada, Ontario, competing for their share of a $20,000 purse that will all be determined tomorrow. So this is all qualifying rounds finishing up. And if you're just tuning in, this is Team MacKenzie against Team Flemming. Playoff implications, as we mentioned, are not real intense here. Doug MacKenzie has qualified, and Paul Fleming's team mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. But the competition, nonetheless, very good, and some great shot making. A little bit of a slow start in the first end, which is understandable in these types of events where ice conditions are changing quickly and the lack of practice time. But both teams have settled in and started making some fantastic shots here.
Line's okay. Okay. Little bit of room if you can wait. Okay.
Doug MacKenzie with hammer, just trying to come around 2 center guards.
Good touch. Good one.
Doesn't really want this rock to go too far back. He has
Good way
hammer,
back.
and knowing that if it goes behind the tee line, Flemming will likely draw down to it. But I think it's available. It hung out there a little bit, available for a tap. So soft weight, little tap back here. So Flemming's team able to remove the Doug MacKenzie stone, but he'll try and put that back, maybe a little higher in the house and a little more buried.
Okay. Up for line, bit. Hard for line. Hard, guys. You still got it. Hard, keep it coming. Hard.
If this one's by, I don't think it's going to be open like the other.
Push there, guys.
They're working
push.
real hard.
Push, push, push. Push, 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 push. Okay.
And just a little light there, a couple feet more weight, and he had a great line that would have buried in the top 4 foot. I am quite surprised. I know the speed has been different on both sides, but they've predominantly been playing these center line guards and center line come-arounds on the straighter side, which generally is the opposite of what, usually most teams will go to the swingy side in order to give them the best opportunity to get buried. But
Yeah, and Flemming's being forced to play this side now. I think you're right. He probably wouldn't like to play it. They really are bending, though, and we already had Flemming, his lead, I believe, ticked a guard coming this direction earlier in the end. So they're really finding it hard to make shots on this side.
yeah, definitely a speed difference.
That one coming up light again.
You guys like the little tap?
And when we say light, they're probably throwing a good 12 feet, 15 feet more than on the other side.
Yeah, it's one of the amazing things that I don't think I've quite figured out in this game is that when you get one side of the sheet up to speed, no matter how much you play the rest of the game on the other side, it just never seems to catch up. It's one of those curling mysteries that
I find in regular league
line,
games it's
easy
like
for
that
line.
too, and maybe it's just me, but
No line yet. Wait for it.
you'll if you have your first end playing on one
Well,
side
no,
and
no.
you tell your
you
team,
don't.
okay, it's going to be
No, we
slower
don't wanna bump
coming
it
the
out
other
in the
direction on the other side. They never quite
Okay.
never quite gets even.
No.
Keep going further.
Can be frustrating.
Yeah.
So another stab at this this wide intern come around. As we were saying, this is, to me, this is the best spot to bury. They just haven't been able to get a handle on how hard to throw this. Everything's been light. So
Mike just swept this rock for, I think it was Ryan's shot. This must be Mike's first. So, he would have been watching the rock and the speed, and so have a good idea about how much to give it.
well, he cleaned it the whole way.
Yeah. We're picking on his sweeping all game now, are we?
Paul opened the can of worms. I'm just
Hey, you're a skip.
I'm just working with it.
I'm pretty sure we can tease you about yours too. This one looks pretty good though.
A great shot
It's
there.
open
by
a bit,
Mike.
but
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
nice weight.
You like that?
With the curl though, I wonder if
What weight do you like?
this hit will be difficult.
Board? Okay, yeah.
Well, the one thing I found is when you have that patch, it's that obviously to throw
Board,
board
boy,
weight,
little
you
hit,
have to
flop.
throw that much more than the board on the other side. So, he's got to add some weight here. The tendency would be to underthrow this.
Close. Yep. Whoa. Yep. Yes.
Saw some of Paul's rocks in a game I was watching earlier. He's got a bit of a softer handle,
you gotta
or
push.
maybe a less positive release.
Third.
So I think we're seeing that here. The weight seemed fine, actually, watching how much it moved those other rocks, but
Yep.
that one over curled. And there was a fair amount of ice given.
Yeah, just rub that front.
Good throw.
I was watching the Doug MacKenzie James Grattan game, and Grattan's team, who throw very positively, couldn't understand the amount of curl that Doug MacKenzie's team was getting, and especially Paul Dexter. He was curling around rocks that they couldn't even think about going around.
Well, I tell you, Doug's done a lot of great things in this province as far as curling. Provincial finals hasn't quite cracked into winning a provincial, but he's been a perennial contender, and he really knows how to broom these guys. We've played him a couple times this year, and as you said there, if you're trying to base your shots off of what they're doing, you might get into some trouble. But Doug certainly knows how to use that to his advantage, and he gets a lot out of these guys. That
Yeah, and a big a tough thing too is your mates throwing, and they do throw a little differently, but he seems to be able to judge what ice he
What
should
about
call
busting
himself,
something?
even
For
off
sure.
of Paul's rocks, and from the rest of his team too. But
Lined
of
up
course,
pretty
the
good,
most
isn't it?
recent shots for the skip would be the mates'
Yeah.
stones, so
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
do have to judge off of
Yeah,
what they've
I think
thrown.
so, eh? Yeah. We'll clean it up a bit. Yeah, right there. Okay. What turn do you want? Oh, turn? Okay.
So some discussion there. They don't seem too happy with how those rocks are out front. They are shot, but if Flemming can raise any of those yellows in, that red rock that's shot goes away pretty quickly.
A little less? Okay. Yep. Whoa, 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 whoa. Good shot.
something like that.
Yep, something like that.
Good one, Paul. Well, you hit it in the nose.
So they're shot,
You didn't
MacKenzie, but it is in the
Yeah.
12 foot.
Yeah.
So Flemming can go around this wide
that's pretty good,
intern
actually.
side.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's a lot better.
Hopefully not still guessing on weight. Mike did just throw it.
It's good. You got that super.
Yeah, it's always nice when your third makes the shot and then comes down and says, you know, and the skip looks at him and says, how hard do you think you threw it? And, you know, you get that good indication and you know, teams that have played together a little while really know how to, you know, communicate that information.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what to say too. You know,
Good game for
what you
the
feel
side,
comfortable
the
with.
aggressive thing,
Is it the
see how
split
it
time or is it just a relative gauge? You know, on the other side of the sheet, it would have been board weight,
No,
something
no,
like
it's good
that.
when you
So,
don't execute your shots.
the feeling these guys are pretty comfortable with each other.
But when you execute, no one ever talks about them. Yeah. Oh yeah. Or if you win a game, no. Yeah, I know. That's right. A pretty good one.
That's the one they've been looking for. Great shot by Paul. Great team effort there. I think, you know, between the sweeping,
I think so.
waiting just long enough to get that curl, and
do you think we
that's
need right about
completely
there?
buried.
And that's what you were talking about earlier, Tom, saying you think the intern side is the side to come, but no one wants to play it because they don't know what weight to throw. But that was definitely a team shot there. Good communication and made that perfect.
It seems like a couple feet slower than when I had this shot before. Yeah.
So one of the other pieces that Doug just sort of referenced is the speed of the ice, and the tendency is I sort of commented earlier about the playing after it's scraped versus the second game after a scrape, and where they don't have a whole lot of time for ice maintenance, that they just do a scrape every second game. So the first game right immediately after, real nice surface, and then the second game is still good, but it has a tendency not to hold up and can be a little slower. So Doug referencing the fact that it is getting a little slower, which is kind of the norm after about 4 ends, and we'll notice it get progressively
Mine's
slower
good. Mine's good.
until the 8th or 9th, should an extra end be needed. And you know, that's kind of been the norm this weekend.
So not the same curl on this side, but you do get good finish. So they need the sweepers to take it a bit.
Yeah, he's made this shot
It's
about
pretty
72
nice.
times so far this game. That out-turn
Yeah.
draw.
That's definitely his strength.
Good judging, guys. Okay.
Yeah, quite a difference though. We saw Paul's come in there and get fully buried, and this rock would be
Yeah.
about,
Yeah, no big deal. Yeah.
it's
I just
about
thought
half
like rock a
open,
bit from-
so Paul can probably get at this
Yeah,
with,
all right.
you know, a variety of weights. Looks like he's going to play just a soft tap, maybe a back line or a back 12-foot weight.
Just a touch slower so you can get that. Just not.
So after a great in-off to score his single in the fourth end, Paul now having to make another good one to cut down MacKenzie and not give him an opportunity for a deuce. So a good shot here could really put the pressure on MacKenzie. Oh, just rubs the front.
That looked nice the whole way down.
Okay, follow it down. Can we shot? Okay, yeah. Same ice?
I believe Doug's rock may still be shot.
Yep, and you just heard the conversation about whether or not he had room to just follow it down, and it appears that he can just throw the same shot,
Kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah.
same weight, same line, and just come right down to his own to score his deuce.
Yeah.
Sweepers seem to like it. He did just throw it. Looks
Another-
good.
Make that 73 straight out turn draws for Doug MacKenzie.
Good Russian.
It was identical.
Great deuce there by Skipper Deuce. So put 2 on the board for Team MacKenzie, and they'll jump out to a 4-3 lead over Paul Flemming and his crew.
It's a good tight game here. There's only one other game still playing out on the ice. I don't know if the other teams just wanted to
Yeah, it was good.
enjoy the entertainment here at the Mayflower, get to the bar early, or tired.
Maybe they were doing that last night, and
Yeah.
the tank is now empty.
You guys
I
like
was in
top
bed by
four?
10.
But we definitely did choose the right game, even though the
Let's go
implications
top
of the
four.
game are not
They're probably throwing a corner.
real severe. Certainly
Okay.
probably the best competition
Going
of
free,
the 6
Malcolm.
sheets.
Tight.
The other game still on the ice is Arsenault Douchman, and Arsenault is up. They're playing the 7th end. Arsenault is up 6-2 with Hammer. Sorry, without Hammer. I
Make
can't
up your
read
mind,
scoreboard.
Come on.
I know. You would think I didn't curl.
So Arsenal well in control of that game.
And they are shot.
And they are almost 2 ends ahead of this game.
Yes. Douchman just a little bit heavy there on her
Mine's good.
draw attempt.
No, it's good.
She does have Hammer, but
Don't leave
Arsenault
them
looking
really
to
hot. This makes it easier for them to go around. Yep, good brushing on that one. Yeah.
hit the potential
Brushing that one.
second
Oh,
second point for Douchman. So she'll
Oh,
likely
yeah.
be forced to a single.
When
She'll
I
have to
first
make a
let
nice
go, I
draw.
said, "Geez, that's a couple wood light." Good one.
We'll keep you updated. It's easy when there's only one other game on the ice. So just like in all the other ends, we have a center guard by the team without Hammer, and a come around attempt by the team with Hammer.
Some deja vu. And well-placed rock there by Ben
Freeze,
Blanchard.
out.
See if we can repeat the third end where they stack them all up on the center line. Is that the third end? Yeah.
Yeah, always fun to see those angles and how the rocks react. When frozen on different angles and multiple freezes. It's always been the part of the game I've enjoyed the most. And we always, when I was a kid, we used to play 1-on-1, and we'd play no hits until the last 2 rocks, and so there would be tons and tons of angles. And really that's
Like skins?
Yeah, that's really it's a great way to learn how rocks are going to react with one another. And in talking to Russ Howard over the years, having played him many times in my years in New Brunswick, he and his brother, some guy named Glenn Howard, they used to play when they were younger, and they did the free guard zone, and they played a lot of draws. And
I guess you can't wait.
there's
can
probably
you?
no 2 better guys in the game that know more about angles than those 2. So
We'll see Glenn in the trials next month,
Okay, coming a
the
bit.
Olympic trials, and just
Came out.
the pre-trials on now, trying to decide the final couple of spots. I didn't see the end of the game between Sweeting and Scott. Might have been Sweeting. I think she was up.
Fine.
I'm sure everyone listening to this already knows the answer. So
we were getting ready.
Text
We
me.
were getting ready for the Flemming MacKenzie matchup, so we had a lot to do.
yes, beer preparation.
But Atlantic Canadian team still in the hunt in the men's field with Brad Gushu advancing over Laycock of Saskatchewan, and so he will play defending Canadian champ Brad Jacobs for the 8th and final trial spot tonight.
Tonight, yeah. So if you're not at the Mayflower, you can be watching more curling.
And just out of respect to that game, we're not doing a live feed tonight because we wanted
thinking
we
board,
wanted
wait,
TSN to have the ratings.
Play on the nose, just remove
Want
it.
to take all their viewers.
We'll give our full
Blackboard.
attention to this club. It might be on the TV in the background, though. Or DVR'd.
Yeah, Wolf, we're a line. Nothing. Nothing. 0. No. Just let it kind of finish up a bit. Okay.
Nice shot there by Malcolm. Move one behind the tee line and
Good goal.
keeps his shooter in a good spot. I think Flemming
that
will
was-
be able
that's
to play
Luke
the hit and roll.
Evans, actually.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Got to give good credit to Luke, who's been awake for probably 14 hours of the day. One of the crew that's coordinating this live streaming. So this is the first time we've been able to provide streaming of these curling games in Atlantic Canada, and it's I think people are appreciating it. If you're watching it on YouTube, or if you're watching on live curling, you can go to it on YouTube, leave comments. Let us know what you think. If you don't want us to come back, who you liked, who you didn't, what teams you want to see.
Have to express my extreme disappointment. I believe the battery on Paul Flemming's microphone went, so you're stuck with our entertainment as opposed to and Doug, of course, but we're missing out on Paul's play-by-play, which
We'll just ask them to stand next to each other all the time so that we can hear Paul through Doug's mic.
So forced to play the run back here on Luke's shot.
Yep. Whoa. Whoa. All right. Okay.
Definitely a team effort went into this event between the sponsorship and getting the event together, ice maintenance, all the club hospitality, everything from the bar to the kitchen to the people selling tickets at the door. A great load of work done by the Mayflower membership and a great event. So probably, in my opinion, one of the premier events in Atlantic Canada as far as an all-around curling experience for players and spectators alike. So Ryan Garvin being asked to guard this situation here. It's been all Flemming this end, lying 3.
With hammer.
And this is a whoops. Coming up short.
They didn't, I don't think they were on that right out of his hand, so maybe slowing down a little bit. I know they were talking about that, but that was a pretty big difference in weight judgment for the sweepers to miss, so a little surprised. Normally, when a rock is missed, not normally, but sometimes you'll expect it's a pick and you'll see them sweeping off the ice, but didn't see any of that, so I think that was just a little bit of a miscue.
Yep.
Yeah, and as we mentioned after the fourth, that it would start to slow down.
So MacKenzie, that's tough.
Tough break there. As we mentioned after the fourth, then that it starts to slow down and continues to slow down, and I think Ryan a little bit of a victim of that.
Tough break on Paul's shot there, trying to get rid of 2 of those rocks, and it just skinnied by the back button rock. So Flemming will put up another guard. Yeah, that's good.
So you don't see the camera waving back.
I think it's okay, but good. So Mike making sure, I'm sure he put a little bit extra on that. Sweepers will finish it. It's a good shot.
Yeah, great shot there. Perfect guard. Long enough that the run back is
Stay with the out turn.
made very difficult.
Out turn. In turn. Okay. Yep.
So Dexter coming with some heat here.
All right, guys.
Wow, that is a tough break. Unbelievable. That's so hard to do with that much weight.
Unlucky ball, good shot.
Can't throw it any better than that, and Doug's reaction sort of speaks volumes to the result.
Two shots that you kind of got unlucky on. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So forced to play the come around to the top 4 foot here. Great opportunity for Team Flemming.
You look half decent with that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just to get. Yeah.
Mike, after making a nice guard on his first one here, a chance to really put the pressure on Team MacKenzie and set up his team with Last Rock here in the 6th end.
Yeah. It comes in nice. Well, yeah. Heavy. Yeah.
That one really curling on them.
Paul, can you throw this one?
Nice weight, just a lot more movement than they were expecting.
Yeah. Basically right on the nose. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Paul very good at throwing
Right about
the big weight.
Confirmed? Yeah. Okay. Like it?
Dougie wondering if maybe he can get his third stone to throw this one for him, but he's going to give it a go.
Okay, good. Firm, yeah. I might take it. Pinch.
I think he's looking for right on the nose here with big weight. Could get all the red moving. The triple would be
Paul, just a
tough,
touch
but
more.
it is possible. Wow, what a great shot to kill 2 of them.
Hey.
It was probably about as good as he was expecting. As I said, to kill all 3 would have been real tough. He did hit it pretty much perfect. So Flemming with hammer in a position here to score 2. Needs a good one on his first to set it up.
He goes, he doesn't lift and he throws it that hard. Where's it? Oh, yeah.
We have a local celebrity in the house to join us here for a few minutes. Just nearing the final stones here, the 6th end. Brent McDougall joining in. Brent, welcome to the webcast.
Thank you very much.
Great job this weekend. We were just talking a few minutes ago about the hospitality and how you and your team have really turned this into one of the premier events, if not the most sought-after event in Atlantic Canada for teams to go to. And so congratulations to you and your group.
Yeah, thank you very much. We got a live band playing tonight, and this place will be hopping in about an hour's time, so we're looking forward to that.
Doesn't sound like any fun at all.
No fun at all. So if you're a good team and you're out there across the country, you want to come to a good bonspiel, catch up with us, send us an email, and we'll see what we can do next year.
So Flemming with hammer here in the 6th end. I don't know if you've been able to see any of this game, Brent. I know you were you were running around, but it's been a sort of a back and forth. Lots of great shots made. Paul forced to one in the fourth end and made a wide in off.
Wow.
Right to the button, and so plenty of great shots have been made. And
but I'm not going to baby it. It's a little.
So I just heard Dougie say he's not going to baby it. I'm not sure what that means. He's going to throw this one, I guess, a little bit up normal or something.
yeah, they've this side of the sheet's been a little has had a little more swing. It's sort of the out turn coming towards us and the in turn going away have been predominant as far as the curl. But in a position where he's up one, that he gives up the deuce, I guess it's not the end of the world. He wants to make sure that he doesn't compound the problems they had throughout this end. Flemming really having the upper hand most of this end.
Wow, he's out there, isn't he? But like you say, I guess it really swings hard. No, you're right, Tommy. That does curl big time.
Yeah, it definitely comes in there, and Flemming having to be careful here, but certainly a great opportunity to score his two and get back in control of the game. Always, most competitive teams look to score in the sixth end of an 8-end game or in the eighth end of a 10-end game, and then have the hammer coming home. So great opportunity here to set himself up for have a 1-point lead going into the seventh.
Now, what would you do, Tommy, if you were tied going into the sixth end and you didn't have the hammer? Would you try to steal one, or would you just say, since the sixth is the magic end, would you go for it then, or would you just hang around and see what happens?
So if I'm tied without, do I really have to give away all my secrets?
Well, the listening audience wants to know. What would Tommy Sullivan do?
Well, okay. We'll wait till we'll see Paul's here. The boys are going to have to work this one and not jam. This is trouble. This is trouble.
He did what Dougie didn't do.
Yeah, he babied it.
He babied it, yeah.
Wow. And that looks like it's going to be a steal of two.
Ooh.
Definitely one. They're having a look for the second one. From our vantage point, it certainly looks like a 2 yellow.
It does.
Big mistake there from Paul.
Yeah.
You don't see that very often.
You don't, no.
So that gives Team MacKenzie a commanding 3-point lead going into the seventh, and kind of, for lack of a better term, kind of blew it open. But to get back to your question, we had this situation earlier today where we were, yesterday we were tied playing the sixth, and we were throwing first, and I threw a top 4-foot and said, you guys can decide. So if they just wanted to hit it, I'd give them the blank and then try to force in 7 to have hammer coming home. That would be my strategy at that point.
Yeah, so you're not going all out saying, okay, this is the end, we got to score regardless. You're still being a bit defensively, but if they put up a corner guard, then hey.
That's exactly it. If they want to dictate that they're going to press, then I like having that one. It's always been easier to draw one into the top 4-foot and then guard it than it is to throw a guard and come around it. Has always been my opinion. So throwing it in and sort of let them dictate if they want to be aggressive, that's great. And if I'm in the opposite situation where I do have last rock, I am throwing the corner.
Yeah.
Because I don't mind taking one in the sixth.
Yeah, for sure.
So that would be.
Well, I played Eddie Wernick here in Halifax, a very long time ago. And after the game was over, that was his comment. First in, first win. So, and now that was before the 4-rock rule, of course. But that was his theory back then, and he won a couple of Briars for sure.
He had a decent career.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah.
Deliberate in the hack, isn't he?
Well, it looks like they're going to throw this. Doug MacKenzie's going to throw this into the 4-foot, and that'll make Paul do something.
Yeah, probably all-out defense here for Team MacKenzie now with control of the game.
Look good. Good break.
Here goes the corner guard.
We lost, just so you know, Brent, coming in a little late there, we lost Paul Flemming's mic, which has been it was a very sad moment in this webcast where, the entertainment value has dropped significantly, being stuck with myself and Selena. And thank you for coming in and bringing that entertainment level back up a little bit.
Oh, good. Very good. Yeah, so, Paul certainly is a character, that's for sure. Yeah.
So likely a very series of predictable shots here. Dougie will put his 2 in. Ask Malcolm to put both of his in.
Above the tee line, that's right there.
Paul will throw the corner, maybe throw one more corner, and then maybe look to freeze in the middle and generate a deuce.
So what's Dougie trying to do here? Tap this up or come around it or put
I
it in
believe
tight?
he indicated to come around.
Okay.
I would say anything in the rings in front of the tee line would be
Yeah.
an acceptable result.
And Paul's playing with his brother this year. I don't know if you mentioned that earlier in the broadcast,
Yeah.
but that's a really nice story.
Yeah. Yeah, good to see.
Line's okay.
Good to see them teaming up.
Yeah.
Two of the
Line's
more
good. A
likable
little bit
guys
for
that
line
have
if you can.
played the game here in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I
hard
think
then.
Mike was
Gotta
living in
come
New
around.
Brunswick a couple of years ago, and he played with,
Hard for line.
not sure who he played with, but he lost the final to go to the Briar.
Terry Odishaw.
Terry Odishaw, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Mike's been a good curler, too. He's not quite as accomplished as Paul, but throws the rock
Good throw, huh?
well and has been on a couple of good teams. Of course, Paul played with Mark Dacey one year, and he played with Sean Adams for quite a few years. And, of course, he himself has skipped in the Briar, so he's pretty accomplished for sure.
Yeah, 2011 was Mike's runner-up year. A number of years of some competitive junior and not quite able to break through and represent Nova Scotia.
Right.
So I'm sure that's on his to-do list before his career is up to wear the
Yeah.
Nova Scotia colors.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would have taken New Brunswick colors too if
Yeah,
opportunity
I'm
had
sure he
it
would've,
arose.
Yeah, well, speaking of New Brunswick colors, you've been to the Briar yourself out of New Brunswick, so. And
With
how long
Terry
have you-
Odishaw.
There you go, with Terry. Isn't that funny?
I've lost
Yeah.
a final with him too, and Mike and I have that in common. So,
There you go.
so we're seeing Doug here play some defense. Just he's going to play the elimination game. Well in control of this game.
Luke's a good peeler. That seems to be something he
I got a pop.
has been working on with his game. He seems to make them on a consistent basis. Dougie puts the broom down, he fires it out, and away they go. So some people think that's an easy shot, and it should be an easy shot. But on curly ice like this, you really got to be positive to the broom and spin your handles. Well, there are some rocks in play, so although they're not lined up very good for Flemming right now, but
I think that was actually a come-around attempt. Ryan not too happy with the result of that. And sort of bunching up their rocks, which a good shot here from the MacKenzie team could pretty much kill the scoring opportunity for Team Flemming.
yeah. And is it Luke again throwing?
It is Luke, and I think he could get them all moving here if he hit
Yep.
about a thick half of that top one. 2/3 maybe.
I was just saying how good of a peeler he is, so let's see if it's true.
He's close. That's a great shot.
And there you go.
Please. Not bad.
Yeah, Dougie, not bad, yeah.
Well, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Good pressure. Yeah, that's right. Need it. All extra weight.
So a little hard to tell from the camera angle, but that red just off that appears to be possibly biting is just off the rings.
Well, Tommy, thanks for inviting me in. Say hello to the listening audience out there. I hope you're enjoying the live stream. We'll be on again tomorrow for the 3 playoff draws. So if you're interested in catching up on those draws, go to livecurling.com and you'll get all the information on who has and hasn't qualified and what time the games are.
Congratulations again to you and your group on what's been another terrific weekend of curling and hospitality, and everybody here at the Mayflower Curling Club, as we were saying earlier, from the staff working the bar to the front door to the ice to the kitchen.
Wanna
It's
just hit the one that's in and
top to
flop?
bottom is always is always great here, and as we talked about, this event gets bigger
Little
and better
hit,
every
flop,
year,
flop. Wanna go,
and the time that you put into
over?
it doesn't go unnoticed. So thanks for that.
Out turn,
Thank you
regular,
very
good.
much. Enjoy the show, people.
Yep. Heard. Heard. Whoa. Actually, whoa.
So we'll welcome back Selena Thompson.
Just reporting
Paul.
back.
Oh.
Yeah,
The bar is still fully stocked.
good,
Yeah.
good.
Sorry, Paul.
I thought that was a bio break, but I guess it was a beer break.
They had to replace the keg for you.
Again, not to oversell this, but as you mentioned earlier, Marianne Arsenault, co-chair with Brent, who we were just talking to, both put a lot of time and energy in this event, which many years ago was a premier stop of in Canadian curling with the likes of the Ed Wernicks and so on. Lukowicz is back in the 90s coming to play, and this event has sort of seen a resurgence here in the past few years, and a big part of the credit has to go to Brent and Marianne and the work that they've put into to make it what it is.
Can't thank the sponsors enough as well. Again, can't overstate it. Molson Canadian, they've sponsored it since I've known it. And BMO also a big contributor along with Tim
What kind of weight
Hortons.
do you like, Paul?
Advanced Wellness Center, Maritime Chiropractic, Appleton Estate, Levy Casey
What about
Carter
control?
McLean, and
okay,
of
good
course our very own livecurling.com. Can't get a better domain name than that. With proceeds from admission going toward Feed Nova Scotia. If you're coming to watch the finals tomorrow, bring your non-perishable food
Wait up.
donation. There's
Hey,
a lot of
whoa,
people who will
whoa.
appreciate it.
So Team Flemming trying to generate their deuce here. They've got a corner guard up, and there was a nice come around by Mike Flemming on his. He'll give it a try again.
They really need to score a couple here.
No. No, that's fine.
They'll try and generate however they can.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
From what I've seen, though, MacKenzie doing a good job of keeping the front of the house clear. Trying to force. And we're down to mate rocks. Counting how many left?
This is Mike's final stone of the end. So we'll be on to skip rocks after this.
Just ticked off the guard there. Weight looked pretty good.
Definitely that swingy side. He had his first one was curled in there real nice, and then Paul Dexter made a nice shot to chip it out.
Yeah. Want to just peel
So
it?
Doug's got a decision here. He can
Then he goes that way.
just peel the
If
front.
You turn offense and go right. Too dangerous? Yeah, let's go for it. Okay? Yeah, because if we peel it out, he's going there, but then... No, let's peel it. Because if he goes there... Yeah. Yeah. Let's just turn... Yeah. Right there. Go curl a bit. So.
MacKenzie recognizing that if that yellow stone in the back ever goes, this rock is splittable for Flemming. Just like to remove it.
Yeah.
I like this call. He talked about playing the come around, and in some situations on real high caliber ice, and
Touch more, Paul. Hey.
with a guy like Doug with his draw weight, it's playing the come around is a good call. But the only way Flemming is going to score two here is with rocks up front, and Doug's in a position here to just peel this out, and the likelihood of Paul scoring his last two is really low, because even with a perfect come around, he wouldn't be shot rock. So if he wants to, he's going to draw around the corners, like we said, but he won't be shot. So if he does make a good one, Doug will have an opportunity to draw in lie two, and
Force Paul to make a double if it's available.
yeah.
Of course, Doug will try and make that as difficult as possible.
That would be the plan. Yep.
Yeah, that felt good.
First things first, Paul's going to make a good come around here.
No.
side definitely will curl. They're really waiting for it.
Starting to go now, but they got to finish it.
That is short of the ring, so
Draw right here. Is it the 50? Go for it. Yeah. Yeah.
Even though there would be a split on it,
Thinking here.
you couldn't outcount it by that rock in the back 8. So MacKenzie will sink another.
Okay, boys. What you need? 55. Okay.
Constant communication between the skips and their front ends about the weight this game.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of talk, especially with the differences in the weights on the two different sides of the ice. They're paying close attention. Seems to be really good communication with these teams. I'm finding back and forth, just discussing shots. They've had lots of time to
mine's
talk
good.
about it.
Have a look. Have a look.
This should slow down. Looks pretty good.
that's a nice shot by Doug. Really forcing Paul to draw the full 4-foot here, even to get his single, which still leave him in a 2-point deficit with his current 3-point deficit into the last end, which very remote chance of coming back to win the game, but he needs this one to even stay alive.
Sweepers want to make sure they don't lose this. If it starts to curl too early and the weight comes off. It seems pretty good. He probably gave it a pretty good shove. With his legs, of course. You don't want too much of a push. Bad form.
Nice draw
Nice
there
shot.
by Paul. Bite the side of the button, so that'll put 1 on the board. So it'll be a 2-point lead for Doug MacKenzie heading into the 8th. He'll have the last rock advantage. And I'm going to have to sign off for this webcast as
You have your own game to attend to.
my game's scheduled to start in 1 minute. I think we're probably going to be a little late starting, but it would appear that Mr. MacKenzie has this game well in hand, and well executed 8th end should give him the victory, but steal of 2 is not entirely out of the question.
Thanks, Tom. Much appreciated. Good to work the microphones with you, or the microphones.
I think that's what that is.
Yeah, those things that take the audio input. Yeah.
It's been great. Thanks.
All right. Have a good game.
Time are you guys on?
So I'll just update everybody. I don't know if Tom mentioned it earlier when Brent was here, but Marian Arsenault did run Duchemin out of her rocks, so she'll take that win, and I believe that means Arsenault has qualified. Got Kaylee McLean back here with me. Kaylee was my partner in crime this morning. Her first time doing the commentating.
I stopped paying attention at the beginning of this end. What's going on?
Well, this end is the 8th end, and it is just starting. So you stopped paying attention before the first rock was thrown, Kaylee?
Okay, then it was the 6th end.
Doug MacKenzie is up to coming home with hammer. Well executed end in the last end to force Paul Flemming to take his single point.
Malcolm.
So they're going to try
Yeah.
the tick shot here, the
Over,
infamous
curl it.
lead shot.
Yeah.
The only time
Yeah,
you'll ever
if
see
you
this
duck
shot
it
is on
over
lead
here,
rocks,
it's
of
fine,
course, because of the free guard zone.
Board weight.
Free guard zone. You can't remove an opponent's rock in the guard zone. You can only move it around. So teams will play a little bit of weight at this shot. Looks like Doug will come across the face and try and move that red rock sideways and make it not necessarily unusable, but less well-placed guard, because right now it is on the center line guarding the button.
Yep. Heard.
This shot became famous. A lot of people call it the Weagle, Lisa Weagle, on Team Rachel Homan. Makes this shot, I don't know, 90% of the time, something like that.
Something ridiculous.
But this one looks pretty good.
Okay. Good shot.
So you can see, both rocks still in play, but
Yeah.
that red one at the front of the house is not quite as good, and it's off the center line. So even if there is another guard put up, a double peel will be easier and will make it less likely that there will be rocks remaining guarding the button. So good shot by Malcolm Darnley.
And Paul's just putting the guard back up. Or another one up in a better position.
Yes, when you need to steal 2 points, you do have to rely on those guards. So these shots have to be made. And this one looks good. More separation is ideal. The closer they are together, the easier it is to remove both
Shade
of
more
them.
weight, Malcolm.
So Malcolm's going to try the same shot again until after the fourth stone of the end. So that's this stone is thrown. Rocks, the opponent's rocks in the guard zone can't be removed. So that's why they're playing this shot again.
Okay. Close. Yep. Yep. Hard. Hard, guys. Good shot.
Twice.
Good.
And I think he's going to lose his shooter, which is
throw.
great. That's perfect.
That's the goal on these tick shots. You want your shooter to go.
Yeah, so teams will throw, enough weight to push the rocks, to push a rock through the house. Of course, if you miss, you don't want your rock to stay back house. So the rock will go through, and when it touches the other one, of course, some of the momentum will be transferred into the hit rock. And if there's enough weight on it and you hit it skinny enough, the shooter will roll out. So that's what Malcolm did. So 2 really nice shots. Seeing those tick shots made a lot more.
A lot of teams are practicing them now because they know how important it is. You want that. The lead shots are very important for the setup and an end.
So the free guard zone made it much easier for a team to come back and steal points. And the tick shot is making that much more difficult to do. So that hogged rock there, I think that was Ryan Garvin's shot, does not help Flemming to steal 2.
So now MacKenzie can play the peel now that 4 rock rule is over. And that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, he'll be hitting for the rest of this end. Unless I've got something really wrong.
Like the score?
No, I got the score. It's 6-4.
Clean. Good throw, Luke.
Practice makes perfect. Just like on the tick shot. It's different, of course, with different ice conditions. You'll have to respond to what the ice is like. So Paul Flemming, knowing he has to steal 2, he has to start getting some rocks in play. So he'll use any guards available. So the ticked rock from the second shot is now a guard on the side of the 12-foot. So they'll try and come around. Or maybe the call was a guard.
He did call to come around. They came up light.
And wide. I thought he hit the broom on that, so...
Must be straight.
Haven't seen a lot of rocks being played toward the boards, actually, but that's surprising how little that curl, considering how straight it is coming the other direction. Normally, you'll expect if it's straight one way, it'll curl the other way. So, Doug's playing this peel on the straight side. Luke Evans throwing, second stones.
Yep. Hard.
Might not have gotten out to the broom, but
Okay,
it's...
well, guys, well. Okay, Logie.
Yeah, nosed her. So Flemming can use this. That's a mistake. Doug wouldn't have wanted to stick that rock there. Paul will try and come around this guard, and if he's successful the first time, he'll probably come around to the second time just because it's a little closer to the button. When you need to steal, you need to make the opponent miss their last draw. And right now, Doug MacKenzie will have to draw to the 4-foot if Paul can bury 2 side 8. So Doug probably thinking now about throwing his last stones, what the speed will be like. and then just continuing to make peels with the rest of his team.
Okay, never mind.
Sweepers want to bury this. If it's open, Doug may elect to hit it, but if he doesn't think it's open enough, he could still peel the guard. Up to with hammer. You're okay with
Can
either.
you see any of it? Okay. Do you like regular?
So they can see enough of that rock to hit it.
Peel? Okay, yeah. I can't hear you with that. Clean. Clean.
This looks good.
Clean. Okay.
Nice shot there by Paul Dexter.
Paul's upped his game in the last half of this game. Tommy was mentioning earlier that key matchup would be the third position. At the beginning of the game, it looked like there was a slight edge with Mike Flemming, but Paul's been throwing well. No mistake on that one.
So Paul's got to bury this one again. Make that hit not possible this time. They just don't seem to be burying there.
He seems to be slowing up quite a bit, and maybe that's why. They're just not getting the finish that they were getting earlier in the game, because that is the curly turn, the turn that would finish earlier. But I think this late in the game, everything's just fudging up a bit. The ice is getting a little flat.
Well,
Sweepers can't hold it as much.
They've been the only game out here for a good 2 ends now.
Yeah. They're in no rush.
I wanted them to stick it.
So it's Paul's shots now. His next 2 shots will be draws, assuming Doug can't remove his first draw. Doug's objective is to run them out of rocks or outdraw 2 rocks that he does have in the house.
If you had hit it where you with that weight with, yeah. If you had like.
Trying the other turn though.
Oh yeah, I would go.
I was wondering why I couldn't see Mike. He's hidden behind table.
That's a tough turn. There's 2 guards he's got to get around this way. I don't know how that's going to happen.
Well, they haven't buried with the out turn, so I think this is a last-ditch effort to get something
I think
hidden.
He's playing. It almost looks like he's playing the tap on the red guard.
I don't think. Maybe. I don't know that was the call, but it's certainly the shot that they're trying to make now. This has to get in, though. It doesn't look like it's going to. So I think we'll see handshakes here.
Good game, guys. Tough one there, Mikey. Yeah.
So it was a well-played game. A little bit of a struggle in the end there for Paul Flemming. So win for Doug MacKenzie.
Yeah. Tough one there, buddy.
As Tommy mentioned earlier, it was, this game really made no difference to the outcome of the pools. Doug MacKenzie is advancing to the playoffs tomorrow. The rest of the pools, I think there may be a couple spots left to set, both on the men's and the women's side. So we'll be watching the scores closely on livecurling.com. And we'll see the game set up for tomorrow. I believe you'll be able to catch those games streamed.
I believe
on
they're
livecurling.com.
showing the women's quarter, the men's semi, and the women's final.
I think it's the men's quarter, women's semi, men's.
It's the
final.
other way around.
Yeah. 8:45, noon, and 3 p.m. Atlantic time. That's 1 hour ahead of Eastern time.
And half hour behind Newfoundland.
And a half hour behind Newfoundland. We've got the next draw. Teams are already out on the ice, doing their slides, getting ready to throw the first rock. So it'll be the last draw of the evening. We've got our fellow commentator Tom Sullivan out there, so I guess he made it on time for his game. Heard earlier Tom was a little frustrated. He saw his chances of making the playoffs diminished, and I believe
was that
defeated with the win of Buick over Kent Smith.
I was about to ask if that changed the situation over in that pool.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There was a potential for a multi-way tie, but I don't know. I don't know what positions they'll all end up in. But the draw will be set for tomorrow on livecurling.com, so you can see which teams have made it into the playoffs, and you can watch their line scores online, and we'll feature one of those games tomorrow morning on the video stream. The ice is being prepped. I think there's all 6 sheets on in the next draw, so we're getting the ice ready for the next draw on sheet 6. We've been doing interviews with some of the players. Not sure if that's going to happen this time. So if you leave your stream running, you may catch an interview in a few minutes. For now, I'll thank once again our sponsor, title sponsor, Molson Canadian, BMO Bank of Montreal, Tim Hortons, Maritime Chiropractic, Advanced Wellness Center, Appleton Estate, Levy Casey Carter McLean, livecurling.com, where you can get updates on all of the line scores, and Feed Nova Scotia, where proceeds from the ticket admissions will go to support families in need this holiday season. We'd appreciate if you want to come out, bring a non-perishable food donation, come watch all the action tomorrow in the playoffs and semifinal and final. Finals at 3 o'clock, Monday, November 11th.
I don't see him, so I'm going to assume not. I don't know where he is. So I guess we're done, are we?
I think we'll leave the feeds running there for a bit. We might turn to some of the games. There won't be any commentary on this draw, but we appreciate everyone for tuning in. And if you check back and it's running, then you can watch along. And if we're out, we're out, and we'll catch you guys all tomorrow. I'm Selena Thompson, and on behalf of Kaylee McLean and Tom Sullivan, who is now playing, you can watch his line score.
Playing against Matt Paul for the Ottawa team that traveled down here for this weekend.
Yeah, it's nice to see teams from not just the Atlantic provinces here. So it's a great selection of competitors, and looking forward to the playoffs and the finals tomorrow. So thanks, everybody. Have a great evening.